If he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that, would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation, if he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that, would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation in America, keep him on as CEO? We saw last night why this race has been close and why I fear Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States unless things change.
He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that.
It kind of pains me to say this today, but I think President Biden needs to step down. And
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie!
Check, 1, 2, mic check.
If
Time with grace and dignity. The problem is, after tonight, his party doesn't believe that.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Lie! Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts.
If we
And
finally
let me
beat
ask the
Medicare,
crowd, what
and I'm going
did
to continue to
Trump
move until we
do?
get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Tonight, high above Earth's atmosphere, 2 astronauts are waiting to find out when they can return home.
Let's go forward into Starliner.
At the time, NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore gave this tour of Boeing's Starliner. Docked since June 6th at the International Space Station, they thought they'd only be there for days.
Just super happy to be here on the International Space Station.
But now, after a series of delays, a planned 10-day mission has become a weeks-long stay with a return date unknown.
Yeah, with the COVID.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question.
High above Earth's atmosphere, 2 astronauts are waiting to find out when they can return home.
If he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that, would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation in America, keep him on as CEO? We saw last night why this race has been close and why I fear Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States unless things change.
He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that.
It kind of pains me to say this today, but I think President Biden needs to step down and be replaced.
There is a conversation happening inside Biden's circle, and certainly a much more frank conversation happening inside the Democratic coalition. Conversations range from whether he should be in this race tomorrow morning to what was wrong with him.
Maybe he needs to go. Maybe he needs to be honest with himself and the American people. He can bow out at this time with grace and dignity. He has a record he can be proud of. He believes that he is the only person that can do it. The problem is, after tonight, his party doesn't believe that.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do?
I'm doing great. How are you? Can you hear me? Yes, I can. How's my audio? Good. Yes, I do, Lewis. How are you? Did he really?
¿Dónde acaba esto? Yo ni sé. No,
Yeah, I'm getting a rundown of the topics right now. Hello? No, Luis was giving me a rundown of the topics. Luis, can you hear me? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, somebody else just jumped in my ear.
lo que tenemos que decir mira, en el día posiblemente mal para la maniobra política. Lo que tenemos que decir irresponsable, mala condición, bring it.
Yeah, hang on one second. Yeah,
Right.
Lewis is giving me the rundown. That's okay. Thank you. All right. Oh, okay. Elections in France. Right. They're not stranded. We just can't get them back yet. All right. Thank you.
Count. You. Hello, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good. Thought of you yesterday. I got home and it was still enough light out, and my son's home from college. He's home from Ohio, and I said, hey, you know, Mom and I joined a new country club. It's called Weston Hills. It's really beautiful. Why don't you come with us? So we invited him to come out. We took our granddaughter. My daughter was going to meet us out there. We were going to go play 9 holes or just, you know, shit around on 9 holes. Suddenly, the guy at the course calls me and says, hey, we're shutting down the course. I mean, there's rain puddles everywhere, and it's like, great. So anyway, you know how it is.
I know how it is.
Yeah. I'm complaining to the guy, why are you crazy? You guys shouldn't be closing the course. Come on, it's just a little rain. Then I go out there and I go, okay, now I know why they the 9th fairway, you know, coming in toward the club was like a lake. It's like, you can't play in that. So anyway.
So how late can you play down there?
Not as late as you, but pretty close. I mean, you guys right now, you could practically play to late 45, right? I mean, it's.
Yeah, I got off Monday at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, and you still had light. It wasn't pitch dark.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Right.
No. Still could have played for another 30 minutes.
Yeah, well, we're probably about 20 minutes less. I mean, because you know, the further south you go,
right,
the earlier darkness comes. So, yeah, I remember, man, when I lived in New Jersey, 9:15, 9:30, it was still light out. It was like, wow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and of course in Alaska, 2 o'clock in the morning, it's still light out.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I think I see Steve Gill. Oh, but he's frozen. Okay, cool. So Kamala Harris says, or not Kamala Harris, but she has her surrogates go out and say that the reason she's not considered the top candidate is because she's a black woman. Sorry, but I mean, I just. And then she put out this. Have you seen this videotape? She put out a videotape of her speaking in like really urban dialect, like "You go, girl, and I'm gonna get you." And I was like, "What? What the hell is that?" And I mean, as a Latino, I am so insulted when people pull that shit. I used to work at CNN, and I had this guy I worked with. When Anderson Cooper was out, I would always fill in for Anderson. So Anderson's producer, guy who used to work for ABC, and I would always come. And the first, you know what he would do when I'd walk into the studio? He'd always go, "Hey, Rico, what's up, Rico? Suave, dude. Hey, Pachingo." And I was like, dude. You know, you're not making any points with me when you do that, right? We don't like that. Black people and Hispanic people and Asian people or whatever the fuck you're from, I don't give a shit if you're from Alabama. You don't come up to a guy from Alabama and you go, "Hey, dude, what's going on? I'm going to talk like you now." You know, it's like, no. It's like, ugh.
I hated that. I hated that commercial that, "What's up?"
Yeah.
Because I kept getting hit with that. And my response would just be, "How are you?"
Exactly.
What's up?
Yeah.
How are you?
And listen, there are regionalisms, and you and I will go on the golf course, or I'll go out with my Latino buddies, and we'll talk some, you know.
Right.
Fine, there's a place for that, but it's not on a campaign commercial for the Vice President of the fucking United States. I just, you know, it's crazy. But it is what it is. I think
Are you gonna show that today?
Huh?
Are you going to show that commercial today?
No, we didn't put it in. I'm going to mention it. Instead, I'm going to play what her surrogates are saying to Politico. I'm going to read the quote where the one says, the only reason they've got her beneath Chuck, I'm about to go on the air. I love you, and I know you're calling to wish me a happy birthday, but I love you. I'll call you back. I got a busy day, but I'll call you back, okay? Ciao. Bye-bye. That's my brother. He's a captain of the police department down here, so I had to take his call. He may be getting me out of a ticket or something. Sorry, let me turn this off. Silent.
Her surrogates are doing what surrogates do. I don't have surrogates. I have minions, like the little yellow ones in the movies. And you can't ever understand a thing they say. So that's why they don't speak on my behalf.
Steve, you got surrogates who speak for you, man? Oh, Steve's still not in. Okay. Yeah.
Rose again.
Yeah. What did she say here? I'll tell you what she says in the commercial. God, it's just we're doing 3 shows today, and it got busy. I would have tried to put that in there, but she says, let me look at my. Yeah, is that what she said? I've been in these streets. What streets? You haven't been in any streets. If anything, you're the prosecutor from Los Angeles who put like 100,000 young black African American kids in jail for smoking a fucking marijuana cigarette. I mean, don't get me started with Kamala Harris. I'm not a fan. I wasn't first. I liked her.
I know her.
Oh, you do?
My older brother was one of her investigators when she was the DA in San Francisco.
Oh, wow. Really?
Mm-hmm.
What was she like?
She was cool.
Yeah?
She was, but you could tell that that she was a opportunist.
Climber. Yeah. Yeah. Whatever I have to do and say
But she
to.
was, back then she was cool, but
Yeah.
I interacted with her only a couple of times when I was with Ronnie, but I mean, he knows her very, very well and loves her to death.
I really liked her during the Obama administration when she started playing like a role there, and I liked her in some of the hearings where she appeared, and I thought she like held her own and asked questions, and I thought she was like a unique individual with a certain sense of independence. And now I think everything I just said is complete bullshit because she's none of that anymore. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if they did something to her or she just, I don't know. But she seems fake as hell to me.
I also have to say that back then, part of what impacted my perception was she was just flat out gorgeous. So that kind of swayed my.
Yeah, that's been known to sway me from time to time.
Yeah, she was really, really, really pretty.
Okay. Are we trying to get Gil through what are we using? Zoom? That's weird. He's been on with us a million times. I don't understand why he would have a problem connecting. There's something going on with our ability to connect. Did somebody address that to me? Rick. Okay. Of course. Yes. Hi, everybody. I'm Rick Sanchez, and I'm here to tell you that William Shakespeare has nothing on our ability to tell stories the way they need to be told. But speaking of William Shakespeare, let me give you a little bit of, all right? How was that? So guess what's today?
Today is the 45th ending of the war in Vietnam?
No, it's my birthday.
That too.
That too.
Happy birthday, Rick Sanchez. Let me make a
birthday.
note of that so I will not forget it next year.
In the future, you can send me.
Yes, I'll do that. And what are you doing special on? Because
I don't know.
Obviously, I won't be able to make the parade.
My kids are, my wife and my kids are planning something. I don't know. They're going to take me to dinner and try and make me feel like I'm loved, which I am, and I'm grateful for.
There's no question.
I'm going to sneak out and play golf. If I can do anything.
I haven't known you long enough to love you, but I like you. I like you a lot.
Well, thank you very much. It goes both ways.
Talk to me next year. We'll see where we are next year.
And by the way, I mean, I've mentioned this to you a couple of times, but always feel free, you know, if on a weekend you feel like, you know what, I'm going to fly down to Miami and go hang out with Rick and play golf, please come. I need a friend.
Well,
I need a golf buddy. So
thank you.
And our house is very large, and you can hang out there, and we won't even see you. So.
Well, thank you. I will take. When my schedule starts to clear a bit, I'll be more than looking forward to.
Yeah.
I'm going to both. I've been credentialed to go to both debates. I mean, to go to both conventions.
Oh, cool.
So
Chicago and what was the other one?
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee.
I go to Milwaukee a week from Saturday.
I think Milwaukee's a beautiful city.
Beer's pretty good.
Okay, So, Wilmer, it's looking like we're having a tough time technically setting up Steve.
Okay.
Therefore, it might just be you and me.
Okay.
Which is fine by me. No, we're going to do in probably 2 or 3 minutes. They're still trying to see if they can get it to work. You know, I don't know. I'm sure probably we're going to hang out at the, I don't know, maybe hang out by the pool or something. You want to come? Are you in town? Yeah, I mean, all right. I'll let you know if I find out. I've been wanting to. Be great. Yeah, I'll mention it to my wife. Maybe Louie too. Louie. Or just sit by the pool and listen to music and chill. And yeah, it's pretty cool. You'll like it. My house has a very resortish feel. Yeah. Fantasy Island. The plane. Ricardo Montalban. Welcome to Fantasy
Corinthian
Island.
leather.
Yeah. There's
La
my
Cordoba.
Yes, Cordoba. Oh, we're going to do it. All right, let's go. Just the two of us. Did you take Steve's name out? If you can get him in for the second block, that'd be great. Tell him to keep trying, and if he brings him in, yeah, and we'll bring him in later. Okay, that's fine. I can wait, but you don't have to. I mean, if you just tell me, I'll do it. Okay, and let Maria know I'm not going to read the Steve Gill part, so she doesn't sit there waiting for me to read it. Mm-mm. You know, thanks to you, I drink water, because if it wasn't for you, I probably would not drink a lot of water during the day. My wife is always telling me, you don't drink enough water, you don't drink enough water, you don't drink enough water. And hello again, everybody. I'm Rick Sanchez, and this is the Week in Review.
Yeah, with the COVID.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question.
High above Earth's atmosphere, 2 astronauts are waiting to find out when they can return home.
What a week. Joe Biden stumbles and mumbles, Boeing strands 2 astronauts in space, and Jill Biden's Evita moment. It's been a wild week of headlines. So, hey, let's break it down. I'm Rick Sanchez. This is Direct Impact. Let's do it. All right, I want to introduce you to one of my favorite guests and golf partners. He's good enough to share with us his unbridled perspective on the week's news, and what a week it has been. My goodness, talk about historic. I introduce you now to Dr. Wilmer Leon. He is the host of the Critical Hour on Radio Sputnik, and he's good enough to join us. Wow. All right, let's get going. For months, this show, me, this newscaster, this presenter, however you want to view me, has been commenting on the president's physical and mental state. And while we reported on obvious examples like what we witnessed at the G7, we, me, and others like me were called exaggerators, liars, provocateurs of fake videos. Then came this.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. Excuse me, with dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare, and I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
I don't think he knows what he said either. If ever truer words have been spoken, I would like to hear them. I think when Mr. Trump said that, he was speaking for the entire world. Dr. Wilmer Leon, to you, sir.
First of all, Donald Trump's facial expressions were incredibly funny. He was seriously perplexed. Like you, I have been saying for more than a year that Joe Biden was not going to be the Democrats' nominee. And that the issue here, one of the things that I find really interesting is a lot of folks are putting this in the context as though that debate was the starting point for this issue. But we have been looking at cognitive decline, and the operative term there is decline. And so now you have people waxing poetic and longing for the good old days of the State of the Union in February, but because they're saying we want State of the Union Joe. Yeah. Well, look, there's another debate scheduled for September. You'll be longing for June Joe,
Yeah,
June
right.
debate Joe,
Because it
in
gets
September.
worse. Yeah.
It does not get better.
And by the way, he still can read a teleprompter quite well. He just gave a speech this week on the Supreme Court decision, and I thought he handled that teleprompter pretty well. But, you know, with enough time, you can train a chimpanzee to read a teleprompter well. That is not that is not something which is in any way a measure of your cognitive skills. It's simply a measure of something which, you know, we all learned to do when we were in grammar school. So that's the difference. The other thing here, which really almost kind of irks me a little bit, is the media all of a sudden. So now the media, the White House staff, and others who said people like you and I were crazy, who said the president was as fit as a fiddle and as sharp as a tack, have now turned like this on a dime. And they're acting as if, oh, yeah, no, they knew all along. And now there's the one saying Biden needs to be replaced. Here, take a look.
If he were CEO and he turned in a performance like that, would any corporation in America, any Fortune 500 corporation in America, keep him on as CEO? We saw last night why this race has been close, and why I fear Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States unless things change.
He didn't do well at all. He did not do well at all. We're still far from our convention, and there is time for this party to figure out a different way forward if he will allow us to do that.
It kind of pains me to say this today, but I think President Biden needs to step down and be replaced.
There is a conversation happening inside Biden's circle, and certainly a much more frank conversation happening inside the Democratic coalition. Conversations range from whether he should be in this race tomorrow morning to what was wrong with him.
Maybe he needs to go. Maybe he needs to be honest with himself and the American people. He can bow out at this time with grace and dignity. He has a record he can be proud of.
He believes that he is the only person that can do it. The problem is, after tonight, his party doesn't believe that.
I'll be honest with you. I was not shocked or surprised by Mr. Biden's performance during the debate, but I was a little shocked and surprised to hear this as I stayed up late that night to hear what they were going to say on places like MSNBC and CNN. And collectively and uniformly, they came out and said, Joe must go. Were you surprised?
I was surprised at how quickly they flipped.
Yeah.
But see, that's a major problem with a lot of our mainstream media. I say all the time, you can't compromise for the sake of political expediency on the front end and then try to claim the moral high ground on the back end. That's inconsistent. You have been saying for a very long time, there's something wrong here. Mm-hmm. I have been saying for a very long time, there's something wrong here. And it's only going to get worse.
Yeah.
So I say to them, welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing, but you're absolutely right. I mean, if I was to show you, and I'm sure you've seen this because you do this for a living, if I was to show you pictures of Joe Biden or videos of Joe Biden 4 years ago, videos of Joe Biden 2 years ago, videos of Joe Biden 6, you will literally see the decline. So you'd have to be either stupid or you just don't want to see some things, you know? My mother used to say that. They say nobody is more blind than he who chooses not to see. Well, she's right. And in this case, I think that kind of describes some of these folks. So now, here's where we are. There's a collective panic that has not let up, by the way. Some people said, oh, this will be over by tomorrow. Both the Democratic Party and the media fearing a historic defeat in November, which, by the way, is coming. They're now begging for Joe Biden to step down because they've looked at the polls. The polls are horrible. I mean, horrible, atrocious. But you know who doesn't want that to happen? First Lady Jill Biden. Strangely enough, this woman has turned into Evita Peron all of a sudden. She's having her Desdemona moment. This is truly Shakespearean. Jill Biden. By the way, here she is on the cover of Vogue. Did you see this? Put her up there, Victor. There she is. Here she is on the cover of Vogue. Jill Biden was probably hoping her husband had a great debate, would beat Trump like he did 4 years ago, and instead he embarrassed himself, but she would come out, then she would be on the cover of Vogue. Everything was going to be perfect, magical, mystique. That makes Jill Biden now look especially bad, though. I don't know if you saw this, but I'm going to show something to you now, Wilmer, that this is sad to watch. We're all going to watch it together, but it really is tough to watch. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. Joe, you did such a great job. You answered every question. You knew all the facts. And let me ask the crowd, what did Trump do? Why?
You know, my colleague Manila told me the other day that when she watched that video, it reminded of what it was like when she was potty training her children. I thought, I know, but you know,
I get it.
Boy, poopies, well done. Good poopies. It's like, oh my God, don't do that. And she seems to be basking in this moment, and it's not a good look.
It's a horrible look, and she's right. Donald Trump lied. Donald Trump's performance was horrendous. It was terrible.
But who cares? Nobody knows.
It was Trumpian. It was Trumpian as only Trumpian can be. But that got overwhelmed by Joe Biden's poor performance and the discussion about his golf swing. How did we get Joe
Two
talking
old
about
guys. Yeah, yeah.
talking about handicap when one of them really is handicapped.
Right.
That she had to lead him off the stage.
Yeah.
The same way former President Obama the week before had to lead him off the stage in Los Angeles.
And by the way, I'm not taking sides here. This is not a political statement. This is a factual statement because I've been on a golf course with the former president. He actually is a good golfer.
I have read that. He does. I've heard he does have a eraser on the other other end of his pencil.
Right. Well, let me rephrase it. He has a good golf swing. How's that?
Okay,
He has a very good golf. And
I
do not think, I may be wrong, but I do not think that Joe Biden has a good golf swing at this point in his life. Just saying.
I don't see how he could get there from here.
All right, look, there's so much going on. Other stories, and there's still maybe some things to talk about with this. But let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to be talking as well about some of the things that are going on with Boeing, for example. And then, did you see what happened in France? You think Biden's having a tough time. Macron's also having his own issues. We're going to take that on. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Okay, this next talk, welcome back, by the way. My name is Rick Sanchez. This is Direct Impact. This is the show we do every week. It's called our Weekly Roundup or the Weekend Review. I'm joined today by my one of my favorite guests, Dr. Wilmer Leon, who's also a purveyor of and a student of current events, topics, and information. And now we're going to get to a topic which I think is very close to you. And I think because of the way this is now playing out, it's close to me. I mean, I'm a Hispanic American, you're an African American. We kind of we bring a little bit of a different perspective to some things. Not that different, but different enough to be able to understand stories like this one. This is Kamala Harris. And this is interesting how this has been playing out for Kamala Harris. Apparently, according to all reports that have come out within the last 48 hours, she and her staff are furious. She's furious. She feels she's being snubbed. She and her surrogates and supporters are angry that she's not being considered the top choice to replace Mr. Biden, and that she's being forced to play, you know, second, third, or fourth fiddle to Michelle Obama and Gavin Newsom and Gretchen Whitmer, who are being mentioned way ahead of her by everybody, by the way. But there seems to be some legitimate reasons, by the way, for her dismissal. Let's be fair. Her poll numbers are really bad. I mean, as bad as Mr. Biden's poll numbers, in some cases, worse. Nonetheless, her team has reached out to Politico, and they're trying to make an argument for her. And this is one of the quotes that they put out to Politico, which, I don't know. I want to get your perspective on this, Dr. Wilmer. Here's the quote from one of her loyalists. Let's put it up, I think, if we got it. There it is. It says, "This is so offensive to so many of us." It goes on to say, "They still don't get that the message that they're sending to people, to the Democratic Party, is we prefer a white person." So is this about racism? I got one more video I'm going to show you on this Kamala Harris, but I want to stop right now and ask you, what's your reaction to that quote that apparently is coming from somebody on her team?
Well, I believe the Democratic Party does prefer a white person. I think that's true.
Yeah. So is America.
There you go. But that's not why Kamala Harris is not at the top of the list. She's not at the top of the list. Let's start with when she ran for president, and she didn't get 4% of the vote. She was the first person to drop out.
Yeah.
She's a horrible candidate. Wonderful human being, but we're talking politics, not personality here. And politically, she's not at the. I could say it a whole lot of different. She's pandering to herself, and that to me is a very, very dangerous, delusional mindset.
I'm glad you said that, because what you're going after here, I think the word you may be looking for, or if I could help you, I'm seeing a lack of authenticness in her. And I've been seeing this since she's been in the White House. Maybe it's because she's been looking for her place, looking for her role, but she's always looked like she's having a hard time fitting in. You know, unlike the Clinton example or the Obama example, which they always look comfortable in their own skin. You may hate their politics, but they always look comfortable. She's never looked comfortable to me. So now I got something else for you. Look at this. She and her team have just put out this video where she's speaking in a very urban accent, complete with grammatically incorrect phrases, which seems to me to be, anyway, somewhat insulting to African Americans. I don't like when people do that with me as a Hispanic. I'm sure Asians don't like it. Southerners from Alabama don't like it. But again, I think, and you watch it, tell me what you think, this makes her look very inauthentic. Here it is.
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji. There is so much at stake in this moment. The majority of us believe in freedom and equality. But these extremists, as they say, they not like us. They not.
They not like us, and I'm out here on the streets? What streets is she out on, Wilmer? And why not say they are not like us? Why they not like us? Like she doesn't talk like that normally, does she?
She's out on the rough and tumble streets of Massachusetts Avenue, upper Northwest Washington, where the millionaires are, because that's where the observatory is, where she lives. Right. Again, you're pandering to yourself, and I think you're absolutely right. She does not understand within herself where she fits in. And she sees herself as a square peg trying to fit into a round hole,
Mm-hmm.
where just be yourself, do you, as they say. And see, I'm trying to throw a little hip vernacular in there so I can fit in too.
But you know, man, I got to tell you something. I'll just share this because you and I are friends and we played golf together and we've gotten to know each other pretty good. I started getting decent at my craft, at this thing that we're doing right now, just talking in front of a camera to possibly millions of people. You know when I stopped getting good, when I started to get good at this? When I stopped trying to be an anchor or a news presenter, and I just decided I'm just going to talk. I'm just going to share who I am, and if people like me, great, and if they don't, tough. And she hasn't come to that.
The greatest advice I received was from one of my dear mentors, Tom Porter, when I first got offered a position. And I said, what do I do, Tom? Because he's had a career in radio. He said, Wilmer, be yourself. The audience detects fraud in a heartbeat. If you can't do this being who you are, you're doing the wrong thing.
Which is fascinating. One more thing about her. She doesn't have the problems that Joe Biden has, right? Joe Biden is old. Joe Biden has physical problems and mental problems. She has none of those things. She's a very attractive person, all things considered, carries herself well. And yet the audience that is measured every time they ask about her thinks exactly the same of her as they think of Joe Biden. They might actually be thinking better of Joe Biden. What does that tell you? When you got everything and they're still seeing you as there's something that ain't clicking there, they're seeing something that you need to work on. That's the point.
Because she understands very clearly that she's in over her head. She does not have a command of the subject matter.
Yeah.
And she is not a student of this game.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because one of the knocks on her is she doesn't do her homework, and that comes from her staff. And that then when she gets exposed for being vulnerable, for not having studied for the exam, then she gets mad at them for not preparing her. She doesn't get mad at herself for not being prepared.
That is another great point about this business, or any business where you have to be in front of people. You become comfortable when you have done the work, because it's the preparation that gives you the comfort. All right, enough teaching all our good secrets, us two old guys, to all these young people watching. All right, another top Western leader appears to be needing some advice. He's going down in flames politically as well, it looks like. Take a look at these pictures. This is impressive stuff. This is Paris, France. Go. Those are tens of thousands of people gathered at Place de la République in Paris as the polls closed and Marine Le Pen's National Rally Party dominated the first round of the legislative elections in France, signaling really a repudiation, there's no other way of saying it, of Emmanuel Macron's policies, including his aggressive pro-war positions all over the world, in the South Pacific, where we've done stories, the Middle East, the South China Sea, perhaps worst of all, suggesting that he wants to send French troops into Ukraine to fight against Russia. I mean, these are the things that I think a lot of these people are saying, hell no, this guy's crazy, we're going to vote for somebody else. And they seem to be saying, I know there's another election coming, and that's going to be the ultimate arbiter of this. But I think he's being sent a very serious message, as are a lot of people in Europe and in the United States these days.
Yes, because France is just another example of what's happening to Rishi Sunak in Britain, how we got Meloni in Italy, what's going on with Ursula von der Leyen in Germany.
Mm-hmm.
What we are seeing is neoliberalism is dying. Neoliberalism is dying, and now people are turning to the right as its savior. And here in the West, when I say to the right, people need to understand that right politics in Europe is a little different than right politics in the West.
Yeah.
But the standard of living is on the decline in France. The standard of living is on the decline in Germany. It's on the decline in Britain. It's on the decline in Italy. And folks aren't happy.
Yeah, it's really interesting to watch as this develops, and suddenly you've got new coalitions being formed by people like Viktor Orban in Hungary, for example, who are more like a Marine Le Pen than they are anything like a Macron or any of the other leaders that are leading some of these so-called G7 nations. So, yeah, there's a real change that's happening right now in our world, and we better wake up and pay attention to it over here as well. Although, unfortunately, here in the United States, most people don't even see it. And when you talk to them about things like the Global South, they look at you like, what the hell is that? Here's another big story about a company that's been in the news and continues to be, in fact, wow, talk about a rough week. Boeing. I mean, these guys cannot stay out of the headlines. They can't seem to do anything that doesn't attract negative attention. Even now, their private space business is a problem. Watch this.
Tonight, high above Earth's atmosphere, 2 astronauts are waiting to find out when they can return home.
Let's go forward into Starliner.
At the time, NASA astronauts Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore gave this tour of Boeing's Starliner. Docked since June 6th at the International Space Station, they thought they'd only be there for days.
Just super happy to be here on the International Space Station.
But now, after a series of delays, a planned 10-day mission has become a weeks-long stay, with a return date unknown.
They're also being told this week they have to settle a deal where 350 people died in air crashes from their 737 MAX plane crashes. Also, one of their planes on the way from Europe to Latin America apparently had a mishap. It went into a nosedive. About 30 people had to be hospitalized. I mean, what a week for Boeing. It just keeps getting worse. What's with these people?
Well, also, what's with government oversight? Because where are the not investigators, but the folks that are supposed to go in and oversee the manufacturing process, the regulators?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. But so if you've got a problem making airplanes, I think you'll have a problem making spaceships. and to say that they're not stuck.
Yeah.
We just don't know when we can get them back. You're not stuck at the airport in Cleveland. You're at the International Space Station in orbit. They don't, and it's a helium. One of the problems has to do with helium leaks. That's not a good sign.
They say they're going to be able to get them down. We got 30 seconds. Just let me ask you. Do you think Biden will survive the next week, the next time you and I talk? We'll be talking about former candidate Biden, or do you think
I'll give him 10 days.
10
I'll
days.
give him 10. They're talking about moving the nominating process up to the 21st of July. I'll give him 10 days.
Yeah, the news gets worse every day. The polls get worse every day. The donors' money dries up more every day, and more members of the Senate and the House who are Democrats are saying, hey, you're screwing with us now because we're going to go down because of you, and we're not going to let that happen. That's what it seems like to me, but we're going to watch it. Who knows? Listen, Joe Biden's in charge right now, so we'll just wait and see what happens with Evita. My friend, thank you so much. Great conversation. Hit him straight, and we'll talk to you again soon. That's our show. Remember to always be looking outside your own box. We like to think around here that truths don't live in boxes. That's why we do what we do the way we do it. I'm Rick Sanchez. We'll be looking for you next time.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Just a moment. One, two, three, four, five. Can you hear me? That's great. Can you feed something to me?
All right, this is my, okay, this is gonna be Ben's mic. Go ahead,
Yeah.
talk to me, Andre.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes, sir, I can hear you loud and clear. My IRBs. Yep.
Yeah,
We're
looks
good.
like
Yep.
it's working.
We're good. Thank you.
Okay, so the heat time is 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yes,
Okay, what is it, the 15 minutes? I'm sorry, didn't catch the first part.
1 o'clock and 15 minutes.
Ah, okay, got you. 1 o'clock, 15 minutes. Yep, okay.
So it's in 40 minutes.
Okay, got you. Thank you, Andre.
Thank you.
All right. Say it again. Check, 1, 2. Check, check.
Hello, Mr. Swan, it's Art International. Can you hear me? Hello, sir, it's Art International. Can you hear me?
You know, we're still trying to figure that out with my wife. Because what happened is we're going to switch the internet and they put it on the weekend for us.
Oh, okay.
So they're going to put the new, the new internet in my house. You want to have it in your...
You just drop it in the pocket. Oh, front pocket's fine. Yeah, totally. And then let's try one of these little earpieces that Rob got me.
Okay.
Are we able to bring up these, or do I need to? I guess. I'm just saying the backlights. Does it have an edge? Okay. It almost looks like I'm green screened. Don't you think? Like the edging of it looks weird. It's like I'm green screened. Like make the monitors a little smaller? Yeah, I think so.
You got it?
I'm not sure how it goes in. Like, is it fit in your ear like this?
Hello, sir, it's Art International. Can you hear me?
Where'd he go? How does it go in, Rob?
Rob.
Wrong question to ask. Right? So is this like for the right ear? It's gonna fit in like that?
Yeah, but you gotta go over.
Right.
You gotta flip it, like the cable. You gotta turn it.
I don't know. Here, can you do it? Just shove it in there. Oh. Okay, thank you. Hello? Yeah. I actually found my old one upstairs, so I can bring that. Yeah. I'll do that. Okay, perfect.
There you go. How's that?
Yeah, good.
Does that feel? I mean,
I feel like it's gonna fall out though. Yeah.
yeah. Maybe it might be.
Tension.
Hello, Mr. Swan, it's Artin.
There you go. Somebody's talking. Oh,
You
no,
gotta-
it's falling out.
It's this thing. It's kind of like move it over more so that there's too much slack on that hanging down. So it's kind of like going away. It's not like wrapping around.
I heard somebody. Just give me. Let me have the regular one that you were using before. Yeah, let me have the regular one.
How are you?
Good. How are you? Good to see you.
Okay. What's happening?
We're just doing a hit for RT.
Oh.
Yeah, for their international news. There we go. That'll be easier. Yeah, shove it in there. Yeah, that'll work better. Thank you. And you're gonna fix. Now you'll fix that.
Yes,
Okay. Yeah. I'm straight ahead, right?
We'll figure it out, Ben, so that you can use it. They work really well.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Let me bring down my old one, and then we can replace the piece with it, the earpiece.
But did you get a feel for like how you can still hear through that ear?
Yes. Yes. No, it's good. Yep. Cleaner.
Mr. Swan, it's RT International. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me okay? Mic check 1, 2.
Yes, I can hear you okay. Please stand by.
Thank you.
So you ought to step down and let somebody younger take.
Sir, can you hear the program which is live now?
Bruce Marks, a lawyer and former...
There are some issues with your microphone. Your sound is too low, unfortunately.
Very nice to speak to you. Good. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
I'm
Thank
going
you.
to adjust the volume on that.
Now, while some doubt whether Biden is fit for office, there's
Check,
one person who is certain of it, a former U.S. top diplomat, Hillary Clinton. She even said the Ukraine should launch a new offensive against Russia to improve Biden's chances for re-election.
Sir, could you please count to 10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Vovin and
9,
Lexus,
8, 7,
in which
6, 5,
one of
4,
them
3, 2,
posed as
1.
previous Ukrainian president.
The sound is too low, unfortunately.
Still too
a
low.
very difficult time in this country. But I
Still
really
too low.
believe
Mic check
that
1,
it's
2, 3,
important,
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
for
9, 10,
Ukraine to continue
9, 8, 7,
to
6, 5, 4,
do all
3,
that
2,
you're
1.
doing, and I really commend you for your support. You've been a...
Once again, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's take it, you know...
That's perfect, sir. Thank you very much.
Good.
You will be live in a couple of minutes.
Thank you.
means you need to support yourself to try to not only hold the line, but engage in an offensive, and then obviously many of us in this country will do everything we can to reelect President Biden.
All right, RT Saskia Taylor joins me right here in the studio for us to have another insight into this. Saskia, it's good to have you join me on stage.
Thank you very much.
All right, now, another prank call by Vovan and Lexus. Can you walk us through the highlights of this?
So another day, another prank, another unsavory yet unsurprising admission from a top Western official. The top line of this call. Hillary Clinton, and I think it's fair to say she's speaking on behalf of the entire political elite stateside, wants Ukraine to seize yet more young boys from the streets and send them untrained and unarmed to certain deaths. She wants them to inevitably lose more territory. She wants Ukraine to prolong this conflict and so worsen the terms of ultimate peace. Why? So that 8,000 kilometers away from Kiev in Washington, an 81-year-old man with most probably a degenerative cognitive disease can win an election. Yes, Hillary Clinton wants Ukraine to pay the ultimate sacrifice for Joe Biden, a man who sometimes has trouble recalling who, what, where Ukraine even is.
There was no way we were ever going to unite Ukraine. I mean, excuse me, Iraq, Afghanistan. We had to wait all those months just to get the money for Iraq. To make sure the Ukrainian government can keep providing basic fundamental services to the Iranian people. It may circle Kyiv with tanks, but it'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people.
Well, there was also confusion with Gaza, but you get the point. Iran, Iraq, Ukraine, it's all one in Joe Biden's head. But Clinton still thinks that Kiev must pay this sacrifice in order to keep him in office. It really would be comical if it weren't so utterly tragic. Because here we have Clinton calling for an offensive which will apparently magically sort out her own political circus back home. Lo and behold, a few hours later, here's Zelensky.
Zelensky said Kyiv's forces are better positioned in terms of manpower than they were months ago, and a new counteroffensive is a matter of arming its brigades.
In short, message received, Hillary, loud and clear. I mean, talk about loss of sovereignty. Talk about selling yourself and your people to a foreign power. But of course, if you've been paying attention, then none of this will really come as a surprise.
I like the structural path we're on here. As long as we help Ukraine with the weapons they need.
Hi, Ben, can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Great, this is Mike. We're coming to you soon.
Sounds good. Standing by.
Great.
0.1%. And what are we getting for that? For $66 billion, what we're getting is Ukraine is doing the fighting.
When you spend 5% of your annual Pentagon budget supporting Ukraine, and they've degraded 50% of the Russian military hardware, that's a pretty good investment.
The United States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here.
So the cat is officially out of the bag. Backing Ukraine, it's not about democracy, it's not about freedom, it's not about the rules-based order, which is what we've constantly been told over the past 2 years. It is about America's dirty politics, its military-industrial complex, and of course its absolute determination to cling on to global dominance.
And we are looking at this drama from the West as far as this issue is concerned. Now, we've heard of Clinton's stance on Ukraine. Talk to us, basically. What else did she say?
Well, it turns out that Clinton is happy not just to play around with Ukraine's fate, but also with America's. Still clearly smarting from her defeat in 2016 to Donald Trump, she welcomed the prankster's offer of basically burying her old nemesis in time for the November election, which in America is really just called democracy and transparency.
The main threat is Trump, because he will ask for money back. It will be a disaster. After all, he wants to end the conflict on Russia terms.
He's a very bad guy, as I know personally from, having to run against him. He's a very, very bad guy.
I think that we can request a hearing in the parliament to find something on him before the election.
Good. Well, anything you can do, attack him, I'm all for it, because he's a very dangerous man.
So Trump is the dangerous one, apparently. Never mind that it's under Joe Biden that we are closer to a nuclear armed conflict than we've been in decades. Never mind that it's the Biden administration which has aided and abetted the slaughter in Gaza. Never mind that it's Joe Biden who is talking about putting U.S. boots on the ground in Taiwan. Donald Trump must be kept out of the Oval Office. So the prank call, it had many threads there, but really one key overriding theme, which is that the ruling, particularly Democrat elite in America, cares only about America and power, and it will pay any price to secure that power. So if that means that another 500,000 Ukrainian boys need to die, well, or if that means that elections, this very sacred bedrock of the much advertised, much idolized American democracy, need to be tinkered with, well, needs must.
All right, we'll sit and watch and see how these things play out. Saskia Taylor, thank you for bringing us up to speed on this. Thank you. Right. Now, a reminder of our top story. Now, the U.S. Democratic Party is appearing to turn against President Joe Biden after his disastrous performance in the debate against the rival Republican candidate, Donald Trump. Now, let's cross live to investigative journalist and founder of the Truth in Media Project, Ben Swan. Ben, it's good to have you join me right now. Now, what do you think is going on inside the Democratic Party right now? Who is still supporting Biden? What other potential candidates are there, and who's backing them? Can you unpack all of these for us?
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me on. A couple of things that are happening that are pretty interesting. First of all, it's all been a huge setup, right? We've been hearing for months over here that there's nothing wrong with President Biden, that these are called cheap fake videos. There was no cognitive issue at all. Then there was the debate, which, by the way, was held earlier than any other debate in U.S. history, earliest that's ever been held. And then suddenly, the same night as the debate, every prominent Democrat in the country is making phone calls to TV pundits saying they're deeply concerned. They had no idea there was something wrong with Biden. The whole thing was a setup in order to remove him before the convention, because the Democratic convention and the Republican conventions, where the actual nominees are decided, have not been held yet in this country. And so they do have time to do this. Now, some of the names that are being floated out there are several of them. Obviously, Kamala Harris, who's the vice president of the United States. There's a lot of talk about her, even though her approval rating has actually been far lower than Biden's throughout this term. So she's not the likely candidate. Gavin Newsom, who's the governor of California. Obviously, there are a lot of people who are looking at him. He's been making kind of the rounds through national media a lot lately as a Biden surrogate. You have Gretchen Whitmer, who's the governor of Michigan. She's also kind of a rising star in the Democrat Party, but again, not entirely popular, especially on national levels and national polling. Now, there has been talk, and this goes all the way back into the early spring. There was talk that there was a design plan here by the Obamas to actually run Michelle Obama, the former First Lady, as the candidate and as the nominee for the Democratic Party. A lot of people said this is crazy, it's a conspiracy theory, and yet now that rumor is kind of resurfacing again that maybe she is the one. And by the way, if you really look at all of this, the reality is it looks very much like this has been orchestrated by the Obamas themselves, not necessarily for Michelle Obama. I won't go that far, but it does appear that it has been lined up in order for the Obamas to remove Biden and to push in a different candidate, whether it's Michelle Obama, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, or some other candidate. The other thing they wanted to make sure, though, is that they did this after the primary was over and before there was a convention, because there were people who were running on the Democratic side as part of the actual elective process, including Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who was eventually, he dropped out of the Democratic side and is running as an independent because he wouldn't be allowed to debate on the Democratic side. So they've now bypassed the primaries, and now it's the selection process of replacing Biden.
All right, a lot of people are watching what's going on right now and are asking, how has it become possible for the highest office in the U.S. to be occupied by someone like Joe Biden amid concerns over his mental health? Now, talk to us. Who do you think really runs the United States right now?
Well, certainly, I don't think Joe Biden ever ran the United States. Let's be clear about that. Biden was essentially chosen in the last election cycle in order to push out Bernie Sanders, just as Hillary Clinton was chosen in the election cycle before that to push out Bernie Sanders. And so what has happened is there's a kind of a permanent Washington that's been in place for some time. Advisors, people like on the national security front, people like Jake Sullivan, Victoria Nuland, who are the national security advisors, but they're the ones who are actually making all of the Ukraine policy. They're the ones who are making the policies regarding the foreign policy of the United States. And so really it's cabinet level administrative people who are running most of the administration, and Biden himself is doing very little, obviously. And again, this is not something that should be surprising to people. Everyone since the debate is acting like this is a shock, and yet we've known this for years. There have been videos of Biden being lost and not knowing where he is and not being able to speak and being led around by the Easter Bunny for years, and yet now all of a sudden the media, who's been complicit in all of this, is pretending that this is now shocking and this is now new, and who could have ever seen this coming? All you had to do was turn on your TV and you knew this was coming.
Well, the point is we're also seeing, like you mentioned, the mainstream media. After the disastrous debate, there has been a change in the U.S. mainstream media narrative, with even CNN reversing its previous stance and now questioning Biden's mental health, like you said. How can you explain such a U-turn, and what do you make of the timing so late in the race right now?
Yeah, well, I would call them useful idiots, because that's what the media in this country have served as for the Democratic Party and really for the establishment Republican Party as well. They are useful idiots, meaning they don't question anything. The fact that you have reporters who for years have refused to acknowledge there's anything wrong with this president's cognitive abilities, then he gives the debate, and then when all of a sudden governors from around the country and congressmen and senators are now sounding the alarm, and anonymous sources sounding the alarm saying, oh no, there's something wrong with Biden. Now all of a sudden, the media says, oh yes, we need to take a serious look at this. And now they'll run reports about it. They were calling them days before this debate cheap fake videos. That was the new term that was being used that they willfully and happily adopted. Now all of a sudden, they're not cheap fake videos. Now all of a sudden it's real. So why the about face? Because someone in the Democratic leadership, and I would argue it is most likely the Obamas, but someone in the Democratic leadership turned the media in one night and said, now it is okay to take this position because we're getting rid of him. It is a coordinated effort. There is no way every governor in the state and senator and congressman decides in one night, because of one bad debate performance, that Joe Biden was fine and now he's unfit to serve as president. It does not happen that fast without there being a coordinated effort, and that's absolutely what's happened here.
All right, we have to leave you here now. Ben Swan, investigative journalist and founder of the Truth and Media Project, thank you so much for your insight.
Thank you.
Now,
sir, please stand by. We might need to ask you some more questions in just a minute.
We're standing by for a second. They're going to ask another question at the end. They cannot hear it. Yeah. Someone decides to rob the leather shop.
Mr. Swan, actually, we are done. Thank you very much for your time and for your patience.
Perfect.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. We're good. We're clear. We're clear. Yeah. Easy. Good. How you doing, John? Did Oscar talk to you about next week? Not yet. So next week, next Wednesday, I want to have a meeting with you guys to go over that script on that film. Okay. So the guy finished it. He's doing some additional little touch-ups to it. Thank you. And then we'll go there. Hey, how are you? So what I want to do is kind of a read-through with you guys on it. Start kind of
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. As they say, they not like us. Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. As they say, they not like us. I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present.
Look, I think the way the ICC went about it was absolutely incorrect.
Why?
But do I believe, because they didn't follow their own standards, and they were beyond their purview. Of course, Israel and the U.S. not party to the ICC.
Nor is Russia.
And I think, by the way,
nor is, well, first of all, Palestine is party to the ICC, as you know, and Russia isn't, and we all supported the ICC arrest warrants against Putin. Biden was happy with it, said it was good.
Like I just said, it's beyond their purview. And secondly,
why is Putin not beyond their purview, but Netanyahu is?
Well, I think the whole methodology, frankly, of the ICC right now.
I get that, but we didn't have but you didn't vote for sanctions on the ICC when they went after Putin, only after Netanyahu.
I understand.
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji. There is so much at stake in this moment. The majority of us believe in freedom and equality. But these extremists, as they say, they not like us. They not.
That there have been numerous instances where the president has lost his train of thought, can't pick it up again. There was a fundraiser at which he started at the podium, and then he became very stiff, according to the people there, as if it were almost a kind of rigor mortis.
This was reported allegedly in June of 2020.
This was this was a year ago, almost exactly, at the old Four Seasons restaurant on Park Avenue. And he became very stiff, and a chair had to be brought for him to do the latter part of the event.
It didn't just go after ICC officials, but also, quote, the immediate family members of ICC officials. That is mob-like behavior, is it not, to go after family members?
And by the way, 95% of what we vote on in Congress has elements that we find distasteful. But that's our, of course, that's our job in Congress. We have a choice. I stand by that vote, of course.
So you stand, hold on. You stand by putting sanctions on ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan's 2 adult sons. What did they do wrong?
Mehdi, what I stand by is a vote. First of all, we have votes in Congress that we know will not end up going anywhere. We have votes that we know will probably be signed into law. They have very different consequences.
So you voted for this one because you don't think it'll be signed into law?
Well, first, no, I voted for this as a message because I do think it's a principle.
A message to ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan's 2 sons. What did they do wrong?
Now, you know that's not what my intent was.
Hi, Andre. I got new lights. I'm trying some. There's one clipped behind my chair and one big new light. I'll show you. Hold on. I'll send a picture. This one and hi, Jose. Hi, Jose. Let's count. Yes, long weekend. Woohoo! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If they could only last. Yeah, I'm pointing it directly at the green screen. I think only brightness. I'm just trying to have the back of my head lit a little bit so there's dimension. I don't know if that's any improvement for the video quality or the image quality. I don't like how flat my hair looks though. I don't know. The big circle one? I'll send you the link so you can see.
This place is down tomorrow. It's dark. All right, let's do a mic check. With who? I guess Victor's first. Victor, are you there? Victor. I got you, and you sound good. All right. Oh. Perfect. Let me check Manila, and then while you guys get him ready. Oh, Manilita.
¿Qué onda?
Aquí, mi niña. Todo bien? Yeah.
It's your birthday.
It's my birthday. You want me on my left? All right. I am now.
We're going to party like it's your birthday.
Like it's my birthday. Yeah. I think we're going to have a barbecue around 3 or 4. My place gets really pretty at night. So I'll tell these guys if they want to come over. So.
Oh, that's nice.
No, I'm putting it down. I'm putting it in my belly button. Right there. I got my little line on my belly button. You want to touch my belly button? Bark, bark, bark. Yeah, too bad you're not here. You can come party like it's...
I know.
Like it's 1776.
I think tomorrow actually would be my dad's 75th birthday if he were still around.
Oh, wow.
I always wonder what he'd be like as an old man.
Yeah. Hey, Larry, how are you?
Hey, Rick. Good to see you again, man.
What's up, dude? Good to see you, man. Yeah. I love that orange shirt. My God, you're just...
Hey, it's what I call Florida business casual.
Where are you at? Where are you?
Bradenton, Sarasota area, just south of Tampa.
So you're 4 hours from me? Maybe.
Yeah, well, are you over in Miami?
Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, Fort Lauderdale. Okay, yeah, man. I used to live in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, we're in Southwest Ranches. We've got a really nice 5-acre ranch out there with lots of horses.
Oh, cool. Yeah, you're out west. I was down on the beach.
Yeah, that's right. That's the real Fort Lauderdale. You were up there with the highfalutin guys like Wayne Huizinga.
Oh yeah. Well, actually, I ended up getting a condo in Pompano. You know, so Pompano's sort of a step down, but still, it was nice on the beach.
Yeah, Florida's, I don't know. There's a mystique down. I was just talking to some of the guys here in the crew in the studio. We were just bullshitting about this, and we all came to the conclusion that Florida's like one of the best places to live in, especially South Florida. But there's a part of it that makes you feel like you're living in a third world country too. So,
yeah,
and
there's a real difference between East Coast and West Coast. So East Coast Florida is a lot like sort of New York and Philadelphia, Jersey. You get over to the West Coast, it's really more Midwest.
Yes. Because it's Midwesterners.
Back.
Yeah, all my buddies. Yeah. I went to school in Minnesota, right? I mean, all my buddies from Minnesota and Wisconsin, and I ask them, "What are you doing?" Now they're our age, getting up in years, and they're all like, "Oh no, we're moving down to like Naples. We're moving down to They're all talking about being in Florida, and it's like they never talk about the East Coast. It's always the West Coast. So you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, but remember, you're still a youngster. I'm the old guy here. I'm almost the age of Manila's father.
Shut up.
5 years shy.
All right, I guess we're ready. We're ready to go? All right, let's have some fun. Let's do some television. All right, Larry, we'll talk to you in a bit. Manila first, then you.
Sounds great.
See ya. Yep. here we go. Hello again, everybody. I'm Rick Sanchez. This is Direct Impact, and this is what we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. As they say, they not like us.
Out here in the streets. What streets is she out on? And they not like us? Why is she talking like that? That's the Vice President. I'm Rick Sanchez. This is Direct Impact. Let's do it. This is a fascinating story. I mean, it says so much about human nature, I guess, right? Kamala Harris, the Vice President of the United States, is furious that she's being snubbed. She's barely mentioned as a replacement for Mr. Biden, and apparently she feels that people should be talking about her instead of, I mean, like, why are they talking about Michelle Obama? Why are they talking about Gavin Newsom? Why are they talking about Gretchen Whitmer, right? But she has a couple of real problems, does the Vice President. For one, in actuality, her poll numbers are miserable. I mean, they're as bad, in some cases worse, than the president's poll numbers. But apparently, Ms. Harris has not been taking that rejection in the polls very well. She certainly isn't looking at this and saying, oh, I can figure it out. Instead, she seems to be sending out her, listen to this, she's sending out her surrogates to defend her. But you may find the way that they're defending her to be particularly troubling. Let's take a listen to what one of her surrogates told Politico. Here it is. I'm going to read it for you. You ready? This is the quote. This is in Politico. She says, this surrogate, this is so offensive to so many of us. They still don't get that the message that they're sending to people, to the Democratic Party, is we prefer a white person. Wow. So suddenly it's all about racism. And I guess to prove that she feels that she is very black and that she is a woman and she can prove that, the Vice President's office has put out this video out, right? And frankly, I think it's a little embarrassing. It's an ad where she literally speaks in an urban accent and urban dialect, complete with really bad grammar. Here it is. Here's the Vice President of the United States in a new ad.
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets. And let me tell you, you're right, Taraji. There is so much at stake in this moment. The majority of us believe in freedom and equality. But these extremists, as they say, they not like us.
They not.
They not like us. They not. Does that sound authentic to you? And by the way, what streets is she out on? It's in Washington, D.C. This whole idea that to relate to African Americans, you have to somehow speak like that. As a Latino American, I got to tell you, I don't like it when people come up to me and start calling me Jose and start acting like, you know, hey, Rico Suave, what's going on, dude? I mean, I don't like that. I don't think most people, whether you're Asian, African American, or a hillbilly from the South, you don't need to do that to try and get people to like you. And by the way, I think she's being rejected, Manila, because she's not authentic. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean, the polls are saying people don't like her. What do you think?
Yeah, I am still trying to process all of that, Rick. I mean, I have zero idea what the Veep is saying or what she's trying to convey. I mean, I took a ton of philosophy courses in college, Rick, but I mean, all of this, every time she gets on stage, it's either word salad or mumbo jumbo that.
I got that. I think I have. Do we have that, Victor? Do we have this? Put the video
word
up.
Salad?
Yeah, put the video of her doing the word salad thing. Here it is. Here it is.
It's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present.
To see the moment in time in which we exist in our present. I'm sorry if this sounds wrong to say this, but what in the hell is she talking about? What is that? What is she saying?
I don't know. It really is just word salad. It's mumbo jumbo. I mean, it's stuff like that that gives constituents pause, right? When they realize that woman is one heartbeat away from being POTUS. Now, we've talked about this on this show before. We've established that on the surface, she has all the trappings of what should be a great political career. But her tenure as VP is without any notable achievements, completely unremarkable. I mean, she's like the female Dan Quayle. And as we know with old Dan, right, he never had much of a political career following his time as Veep. That was the apex of his life in politics, and this will be for Kamala Harris. And you know what, Rick? She can't say that anyone is holding her back because of her sex or her race or whatever, because she will go in the way of Dan Quayle into political obsolescence. Quayle was a cis, white, Christian male that was cookie cutter to the establishment designs of what an American politician looks like. And where did he go? Nowhere.
You know why?
I would be shocked.
Because he was never comfortable in his skin, and neither is she. And in life, if there's one thing I've learned in this business, and I think you have too, is you just have to be yourself. Stop trying to act like somebody else or trying to sound like somebody else. Just be who you are and communicate with people, and they'll be okay with you. Half might hate you, half might like you, but at least they're going to say, okay, that Sanchez or that Manila, they're okay. If you try and do this whole mumbo-jumbo thing that you described that she was doing with her poetry, people are going to say, wait, what the hell is she talking about? All right, listen, there's another story regarding Mr. Biden that we got to get to. It's being delivered by none other than one of the most famous and respected journalists in U.S. history, Carl Bernstein. Of Watergate fame, obviously, as you know, his journalism or his reporting took down President Nixon, says he has exclusive information that people close to Biden recognized his condition between a year to 6 months ago. And they tried to talk about it, and they called the White House folks and said, you got a problem, but they ignored them, they shut them down, and they also recognized, they said at the time, according to Bernstein's reporting, that it was getting worse. Here.
That there have been numerous instances where the president has lost his train of thought, can't pick it up again. There was a fundraiser at which he started at the podium, and then he became very stiff, according to the people there, as if it were almost a kind of rigor mortis.
This was reported allegedly in June of 2020.
This was June of, this was a year ago almost exactly, at the old Four Seasons restaurant on Park Avenue. And he became very stiff, and a chair had to be brought for him to do the latter part of the event.
Obviously, look, we all knew about this, right? Manila, you knew about this. I reported it. You've reported it. We've talked about this. A lot of people who are paying attention were reporting this. It's fascinating that they have to bring out the guy who took down Nixon to suddenly sit with Anderson Cooper and explain to him what we all saw a year ago, so that Anderson could say, oh, so this was happening a year ago, huh? It just seems like a Fellini movie to me.
Well, look, Rick, I mean, we're pulling out Carl Bernstein and Bob Woodward, as it were, that iconic duo, as you said, that brought down the Nixon presidency. But let's not forget that his colleague on that story, Bob Woodward, had direct connections to the CIA. And the majority of the men who broke into the Watergate building were CIA operatives. So why am I bringing this up? Because of those ties, Rick. I mean, I would say this lends credibility to Carl Bernstein's remarks about Biden very seriously, considering stepping aside ahead of the August 19 Democratic Convention. It tells me that the intelligence community has lost faith in Biden's ability to carry forth unofficial Washington's goals, and that they want a new body in that position, that Biden will no longer cut it, that they have seriously been monitoring Biden's mental capacity for some time now, and the jig is up. And I can guarantee you those backroom talks with potential replacements are taking place right now as we speak. And the only people still pushing old Joe to continue is probably Jill and Hunter.
Yeah, Evita Perón herself. All right. By the way, we've got a former CIA agent coming up on the back half, Larry Johnson, and I'm going to ask him about that. So good. Dean Phillips, Democratic congressman from Minnesota, recently voted to punish the International Criminal Court for calling out Israel for war crimes and for genocide. He's also the same guy who praised the ICC, the same organization, when they criticized Russia. He said the ICC was within their jurisdiction to criticize Mr. Putin, but they're out of their jurisdiction when they criticize Mr. Netanyahu. What? All right, here he is getting called out on it.
Look, I think the way the ICC went about it was absolutely incorrect.
Why?
But do I believe, because they didn't follow their own standards, and They were beyond their purview. Of course, Israel and the U.S. not party to the ICC.
Nor is Russia.
And I think, by
Hold
the
on,
way,
nor is, well, first of all, Palestine is party to the ICC, as you know, and Russia isn't, and we all supported the ICC arrest warrants against Putin. Biden was happy with it, said it was good.
Like I just said, it's beyond their purview. And secondly,
why is Putin not beyond their purview, but Netanyahu is?
Well, I think the whole methodology, frankly, of the ICC right now.
I get that, but we didn't have but you didn't vote for sanctions on the ICC when they went after Putin, only after Netanyahu.
I understand.
I understand. Caught red-handed, nothing like it. By the way, U.S. politicians love to sanction. We know that. But in this case, this guy and the others, they not only sanctioned the head of the ICC, Manila, a woman who was a respected diplomat and international expert in law, they're also going after her children. U.S. congressmen writing law to go after the children of the head of the ICC because they went after Israel. Watch.
It didn't just go after ICC officials, but also, quote, the immediate family members of ICC officials. That is mob-like behavior, is it not, to go after family members?
And by the way, 95% of what we vote on in Congress has elements that we find distasteful. But that's our, of course, that's our job in Congress. We have a choice. I stand by that vote, of course.
So you stand, hold on, you stand by putting sanctions on ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan's 2 adult sons. What did they do wrong?
Mehdi, what I stand by is a vote. First of all, we have votes in Congress that we know will not end up going anywhere. We have votes that we know will probably be signed into law. They have very different consequences.
So you voted for this one because you don't think it'll be signed into law?
Well, first, I voted for this as a message because I do think it's a principle.
A message to ICC Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan's 2 sons. What did they do wrong?
Now, you know that's not what my intent was.
That wasn't my intent, but I did it anyway. This is crazy. When I say Fellini movie, I mean Fellini movie. Manila, I mean, we're down to a minute because I want to get to Larry, but when you watch that, what are you thinking?
First, I got to say, Rick, I am really liking this new Mehdi Hassan 2.0. But look, Congressman Dean Phillips of Minnesota's District 3, I believe, he had launched this long shot presidential primary bid against Biden, but he didn't get his name on any other state primary ballot other than his. So he's like the gelato king of Minnesota, by the way. I think he's really trying to make a name for himself within establishment politics, mostly making nice with AIPAC. But I think he's just really falling in line with every other Democrat that we're seeing these days in the hypocrisy of bad ICC, you can't touch Israel, but good ICC to go after evil Putin. He's just par for the course. And just like you said on the issue of issuing sanctions, I mean, we've seen this exercised in sanctions that the U.S. doles out all around the world against political foes. Take, for example, Saddam Hussein. While the U.S. had initiated sanctions against him directly, we later added his adult children to the sanctions list as well. So I would say, Rick, this is just business as usual right here in Washington.
By the way, I don't know how you can get rich selling gelato in Minnesota when you basically have 1 month to sell it. It's like a little July is when we eat gelato in Minnesota. Sorry. I have no idea why I went there, but I thought that was funny when you said that. Good stuff. Hey, listen, have a great 4th of July. See you later.
Thank you. You too.
When we come back, is Volodymyr Zelensky finally succumbing to reality? Does he realize now that soon he will have no military, he will have no soldiers? And then what's he going to do? What's the U.S. going to do? My guest is a former CIA analyst who's written about this particular topic. He is the man in the bright orange shirt. Larry C. Johnson joins me next after the break. Please don't go away. right, welcome back. I'm Rick Sanchez. Let's continue this incredibly fun and smart conversation. To do that, I'm joined by a smart guy, Larry Johnson, who recently argued that NATO is finally starting to understand the severity of the situation in Russia, in Ukraine, I should say, as Russia inflicts heavy casualties on Ukrainian forces. Larry also has mentioned, by the way, that the Biden administration's promises of support, including providing Patriot missile launchers from Israel, are simply insufficient, as he says that the U.S. is reaching a limited production capacity, and we're going to get to that, I promise. But Larry, first let me ask you, since Manila brought this up and she got me to thinking, this thing that Bernstein was describing with the President of the United States 6 months ago having like rigor mortis in the middle of one of his speeches and stuff, what is the CIA's role?
Well, the CIA role in this is on the sidelines. I mean, they're just watching it, I think, like the rest of us with horror, what's unfolding. What they ought to be doing, because I did it yesterday, is asking foreign leaders exactly where do we stand? What do you think about seeing Joe Biden in this situation? I had a conversation with a senior Chinese academic, one who's well known, and you know, in the conversation, he's very formal. He's very self-effacing. He's not flamboyant. Speaks in a very measured tone. Until I asked him, I said, "What did you think about the debate?" And the first words out of his mouth, and I'm quoting, he goes, "I laughed my ass off." Now he was, and then he went on to talk about how alarmed the Chinese are, and he's in contact with senior Chinese leadership by what they're seeing in the United States. Because there's like, their question is, how can you let this happen?
But that's what I'm thinking. You're a CIA guy, right? Your job is to defend the United States from a position of intel and all other things. And you happen to be at a fundraiser for the president because you were asked to go there, assigned to go there, whatever. And you watch this man 6 months ago, according to Bernstein's reporting, literally having, as Bernstein said, the word rigor mortis, where he just froze up and couldn't move. You've got to be thinking, I got to write this up. I got to send it to somebody, and we got to maybe do something about it. No? Is that what they do?
Well, look, the CIA's official jobs ought to be convincing other people in other countries to commit treason, to give us information that we're not supposed to have, or to do independent analysis so the president has an objective look. The third function that has been really the dominant part of the CIA over the last 60 years is overthrowing governments. Perhaps we need to turn loose the CIA on Joe Biden and his team, because Biden and his team are putting the United States at great risk. And it's not just Biden. It's not just the political operatives surrounding him. It's the media. It's the Democratic establishment. It's social media giants. Everybody has enabled this guy over the last 3.5 years. This was evident more than 4 years ago that he was mentally on the downhill slide, and yet everybody just went along with it. It was the modern day version of Hans Christian Andersen's The Emperor with No Clothes.
So everything he's done, for example, we'll use Ukraine as an example, and it's not the only example, where it almost seems like people around him are running roughshod. And by the way, to be fair, I thought Bolton and Pompeo did the same thing with Trump in many ways, with foreign policy.
I agree.
But these guys, while what they did in Venezuela, for example, and a few other places with Trump was bad, what these guys are doing with this $200 billion spending in a war in Ukraine seems to me even worse because of the money, the lives, the blood, the actuality of the war. There are people in that White House who are telling this guy what to do, and the sicker and the more ill and the older he gets, the more they can do that, right?
Well, yeah, one of the jobs of a functioning president is not to be the expert on every subject, but to know how to ask the right questions to challenge both Department of Defense, CIA, State Department on their working assumptions. As an example, what a wise president would have asked when they came in with a recommendation, hey, if Russia invades, we're going to take it out of SWIFT and we're going to impose these draconian economic sanctions. And the question the president should have asked is, okay, can give me one example where economic sanctions have worked to change the political policies of a government in history? Can you give me one example? And they would have gone, well, no. So then the next question is, then why in the hell are you recommending that we do something that's never worked against a country that's #1 in the world in terms of economic resources? And up to this point, our policy has been to keep Russia and China apart. What you're talking about is going to drive Russia and China together, which it actually did. How does that benefit us as the United States? And at that point, you get the tap dancing display, as you know, CIA and DOD look like they're performing for a Broadway show.
Is that what you guys? Is that what you guys do in the CIA? I mean, part of your job is just to go along with military contractors in some cases to convince certain politicians to do things that might not necessarily actually be good for the country?
Well, from the analytical side, what you're supposed to do is to present as honest and objective presentation of activities as possible. But you run up against the politics. You know, if it's, you know, I had the advantage when I was at the CIA, I was working on the war in Central America, which was one of the top 3 foreign policy items for then Ronald Reagan and then later George H.W. Bush. So I had, you know, ready access, if you will, writing for the Presidential Daily Brief. But it was a two-edged sword. I also faced pushback, pressure to try to present a storyline that didn't necessarily actually reflect the facts. Mine's not the only experience with that. We saw that in the Vietnam War with George Allen, and we've seen that with Iraq and what happened with Saddam Hussein in both 1991 and then 2003. And we're seeing that again with Ukraine, except what's going on now. The CIA is not telling the president the truth. There is great pressure to shape and to tell a story, a narrative. That's a lie.
Why? Why would you lie to the president of the United States? People keep telling me, and even people I talk to, you know, Uber drivers, yeah, this whole Ukraine thing, it's all about money, obviously. The people seem to get it. Is the CIA going to make more money by selling this? Are they in bed with the contractors?
Well,
what's going on there, Larry?
Well, the analysts, the managers, they'll make more money. They'll get promoted. I learned early on. I went into a meeting where we were new analysts and our division chief asked us, hey, what's the problem? I understand we have some morale issues. And I was 31 at the time.
Yeah.
I was old enough. I should have known better. Okay. Because I said, well, I know. And I basically told him the problem was that the bosses were not respecting the analysts. They were treating the analysts like a bunch of used Kleenexes. And instead of him going, gee, Larry, thanks for telling me that, he got mad. He turned the color of my shirt. He threw all the other analysts out of the room and proceeded to berate me and attack me for how dare you. Now, the guy had asked for feedback. I'm telling you right now that if any analyst dared to write a piece telling the White House that the war in Ukraine is lost, there's nothing you can do to salvage this, and you better figure out an exit strategy, that analyst would be demoted.
Wow.
They would not get promoted.
Wow.
And they would be probably exiled to, you know, our version of Siberia.
Really? So contrasting,
absolutely.
Contrasting points of view, conflictive points of view are simply not tolerated. That's what you're saying?
No. Well, in particular, this has been a gradual erosion of the CIA's capability. You know, back in the 1970s.
Is that, by the way, is that? I got to ask because I'm curious. Is that true with Venezuela, with Iran, with China, with most of the so-called bad countries out there? If you say anything true or good, like if you say anything about them that doesn't fit the narrative, you're out of here.
It's true. It's true. For example, like with Hamas. Rick, I can take you to the Israeli Foreign Ministry site. It's on the government site.
Yeah.
This is not Larry Johnson information. This is not from some suspect third world country. This is from the Israeli government itself. They've detailed every act of Palestinian terrorism since the year 2000 through, I took the data off on April 26, 2024. Right. When you look at that data, you realize that Hamas doesn't even qualify as one of the major terrorist groups in the world. They talk about a total of 1,500 attacks, or excuse me, 681 attacks over that time frame, and a total of 1,500 casualties.
Yeah.
So that, I mean, it doesn't even begin to approach. And yet, from the CIA, if you write the objective, say, look, the reality is Hamas is not a terrorist organization. The Hamas is a religiously driven political independence movement that is using violence, but these guys have very specific political objectives. No difference, in fact, from what Thomas Jefferson and John Adams and and Thomas Paine and all those other revolutionaries had when trying to kick the British out.
But
we're just doing it with an Islamic religious dimension to it.
Yeah, but we have to make them out to be the worst terrorists in the world and the most sophisticated organization in the history of man. Because if you don't say that, that's amazing. And that's eye-opening.
And the data just doesn't support it. I'm saying objective fact.
Right.
When you cannot present the objective facts and have an objective discussion about what's going on, that's where you get entirely corrupted, where the operations side of the CIA takes control and makes everything conform to that.
Your experience is so important to be able to share this with us, and we are so appreciative, Larry, of your time. Thanks so much, sir, for taking time to take us through this. It's important stuff.
Thank you, Rick. Always a pleasure to be with you again, man. Thanks.
Pleasure's all mine. Pleasure's all mine. Thanks to you, and thanks to you at home for watching. That's our show. Remember, always look outside your own box. Truths don't live in boxes, as we like to say. I'm Rick Sanchez, and we'll be looking for you next time. Okay, no big deal.
Sometimes you have to probably press it, but I'll let Fernando know.
Do you want to try it real quick now?
See his work? Yeah. Now
Like say something to him. No, that's all right. I can.
See, it stays like that. It sticks like that. There now. You're hearing, yeah.
So if you see orange, you're talking to me.
Yeah. Right.
So is that simple enough?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Let's just go with that.
Sometimes, it gets so busy, like on my end.
Yeah, no, little shit like this can become a pain in the ass. That's why I always believe in fix it.
Exactly.
Hey, Josh, you should have everything in Impacto Directo. That it's under 7.3 finalized videos.
Last one's at 4.
4 o'clock.
For him, see him often, say that in the last 6 months particularly, there has been a marked incidence of cognitive decline. These people who have supported him, loved him, campaigned for him, see him often, say that in the last 6 months particularly,
E, E, E. E, E, E. E, E, E. E, E. No, it's. I'm trying to see if I can feel the same problem we had yesterday on the recordings. No, it's not you. I'm just using your box because I can get the inputs here. Yeah. E. Huh? No, it's not you, Maria. E, E, E. E, E.
It doesn't go away. It's when you reload the setup. Frame memory here.
Señor Omar.
Siempre, whenever you go home here.
E. Sí.
This file part is too low that you probably won't do. But I want to have it ready.
E, 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 E.
Okay, now frame memory. You haven't done frame. You haven't done Sony in a while. Yeah, it's a different. But it's. I mean, once.
Señor Omar.
The total initiative person eligible with the COVID. initiative person eligible with the COVID, the total initiative person eligible with the COVID, the total initiative. Person eligible with the COVID, the person eligible with the COVID, the total initiative. Person eligible with the COVID, the total initiative.
Earlier today, Attorney General Dana Nessel was joined by officials from the Department of Justice and the FBI to announce state and federal charges against 13 members of 2 militia groups who were preparing to kidnap and possibly kill me.
What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region, in too many regions. What is AI going to do for us? The environment, are we moving at all fast enough? What are we doing about education? Are people going to vote?
Very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present.
These people who have supported him, loved him, campaigned for him, see him often, say that in the last 6 months particularly, there has been a marked incidence of cognitive decline.
I was taking notes about all the lies. I ran out of paper. Donald Trump, no accountability on those lies, talking down the American economy, talking down our democracy.
This election and who is the president of the United States has to be about substance. And the contrast is clear. Look at what happened during the course of the debate. Donald Trump lied over and over and over again, as he is wont to do.
All right, here we go. Chécale que panqueque, number 4. Este es Ben. Bencito, right here. Check, 1, 2, ahí está. Check, 1, 2, my check. Este es el 4. Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Clean. Yeah. No, ya, si no se escucha, si allá no se escucha. Ayer. Ah, es el cable que te estaba dando.
Sí.
No, es el mismo que estamos
Ah,
ok.
que usamos ayer.
Ya, ok. Ya, si lo hemos estado usando bien y ha estado trabajando bien. Fue hasta ayer.
También. Y no es un cable de...
Pero no está insulado también. Bueno, o sea,
no
deberíamos
es un
de
cable,
tener algo.
Yo le digo a Fernando, cómprate un cable hecho ya para no tenerlo que hacer.
Check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Check. Yeah, it's all clean. Now it's clean, yeah. The thing is, when we plugged it over there, and, the thing is, Fernando, that once we plug it in the camera, the alpha jack for the headphones doesn't work. It's bad.
No, it works. No, it works. You know what it is? That output, it's mono, and the jacket, they have a stereo. So once you plug it in, it interrupts one of the pins and it connects straight through.
What is mono?
The camera
The jack.
output, yes, it's mono.
The jack of the headphones is mono.
No, the jack of the headphone is stereo. Where is it at? Yeah, you see? And the camera has a mono output on it.
No way.
Yeah.
That can't be.
Yeah.
Lo saca un poquito y se coge.
You know why? Because they have mic 1 and 2 on 2 separate channels. So the way they do it, yeah, but instead of doing mic 1 and mic 2, channel 1, channel 2 with stereo tracks on it, they have left and right. You see what I'm saying? So when you plug in and you're recording on mic 1, it only goes to the left channel, which shows you as a mono track, only with that channel 1 coming in.
Separated one.
But how they did it to cut costs is that they flip it to left and right, channel 1 and 2. You see what I'm saying?
Interesting.
So you don't have a stereo track coming at you unless you have both channels coming out, then you can hear left and right. But if you only got one channel going in, one track going in, you're only going to hear one coming out.
So I had another thing that I was talking to not Louis, the guy that does the editing for us. So he's only getting 16 tracks, right?
Yes.
Because
That's all we got.
this is what records only 16 tracks.
16 tracks is all we got, yeah.
And I tell him, I have the 32 tracks, but only on the board. But he says no, he would like to get the embedded one, but there's no way unless we reroute, right? The output.
I mean, that's what I told him I have to do.
Yeah,
I have to now
reroute.
put rig, unless the thing is I don't want to use rig on channel 1 until I get your board straight and get 1 and 2 there. You see what I'm saying?
Right, but also we're only using. So basically, if you route, you can only route these channels basically.
Yeah, right now
from 1 to 6.
All the mics are coming in, so that's 6 channel, right?
Right.
Then I get 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
Is this good? Sí, me están ayudando ahorita a setear mi cámara. Let me see if I can turn this light off. I think I may need it. Here. Okay. Now it's not glaring. Okay. Yep. So let me change my sweater. I'll be right. Sí, te escucho. Me estoy cambiando mi camiseta ahorita. Okay. There we go. A little more professional. Sí, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Está bien. Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, great. Awesome. How long do you expect my segment to be? Perfect. Sounds good to me. Sounds good.
I can hear you. I can hear you. And there you go. It looks like this side is hidden and this side isn't. Hold on. You see how this side is out? Why is that? Hold on.
What we can do here. It feels like you're twisted.
But yeah, why does it feel like this side is not as
pull the arm.
prevalent? No, but I don't. Yeah, you see how it's over to the right?
Somehow you need to. Yes.
All right, let's fix it. Maybe you're right. Do I need to go to my left or my right? It's hard when you're looking in a mirror. So this side, okay. This side needs to go that way. Yeah. This, no.
The other side.
The other side. This side
Feels
needs
like
to
it's
go.
Move like this. Like you gotta
Okay.
tuck
This.
it.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do because this material wouldn't do that. All right. You know what? It looks fine. It's kind of. I saw it earlier and I thought it looked a little weird, but. I think that's better. I think it's the angle. Yeah, that looks better. All right, let's do it. that was so weird. José Vega.
Ya, ¿cómo estamos?
Aquí, viejo, en la lucha. ¿Todo bien?
¿Todo bien? Sí.
Me alegro, me alegro. Vamos a hablar entonces de lo que está pasando en esta situación. Es increíble. ¿Quién van a seleccionar? ¿Quién deben de seleccionar? ¿Quién representa al pueblo? ¿Qué está pasando con Kamala Harris? Está un poquito loquita Kamala Harris. Dice que está criticando ella, que dice que no la escogieron porque ella no es blanca. Por favor. Yo creo que no la escogieron porque yo creo que entre tú y yo esa mujer se vendió hace tiempo. Pero bueno.
Oh, eso sí, eso es, exactamente. So,
Ok, vamos a empezar y hablaremos entonces. Vas a escuchar lo que digo y puedes reaccionar cuando acabemos. Creo que vamos a tener una entrevista de más o menos, yo no sé, vamos a decir 11, 12, 13 minutos. ¿Ok?
Perfecto.
Perfecto. Y tú eres candidato, ¿no? Y creo que tenemos aquí que tú eres candidato. Has sido candidato, sigue siendo candidato.
Sí, soy candidato para el Congreso de los Estados Unidos.
Bueno, si yo no lo menciono, ok, con nosotros. Activista y candidato para el Congreso de Nueva York. Perfecto. La ciudad de Nueva York. Perfecto. Ok, let's go. Y tú eres boricua, ¿no?
No, salvadoreño.
Salvadoreño, ¿verdad? Me dijiste la última vez. Gracias. Perfecto. There you go, Louis. Not everybody in New York is a Puerto Rican like you. All right. Thank you. Excellent. Soy Rick Sánchez en Impacto Directo y esto es lo que necesitas saber en el día de hoy. Si reemplazan al presidente Biden, ¿a quién van a escoger? ¿Y por qué está tan enojada en este momento la vicepresidenta de Estados Unidos? Esto es Impacto Directo y vamos con todo. Ok, bueno, vamos a empezar con lo obvio, ¿no? Porque ya los hechos y la evidencia está bien clara. El Partido Demócrata, el partido del presidente de Estados Unidos, Joe Biden, está realmente considerando cómo van a poder sacar al presidente y poner otro candidato en su lugar. Obviamente, la conversación se puso seria con este horrible debate donde hasta ahora nadie sabe mucho de lo que dijo el presidente porque, vaya, me duele decirlo, pero casi nadie lo entendió. Aquí está.
Person eligible with the COVID, the total initiative.
Pero desde ese entonces hemos aprendido y ahora sabemos que las conversaciones sobre la condición física y mental del presidente Biden empezaron hace más de un año. Eso es lo que está diciendo ahora uno de los periodistas más famosos en la historia de este país. Se llama Carl Bernstein, mejor conocido por Watergate y la caída del presidente Nixon. Dice que sus fuentes le han dicho que hace un año personas dentro de la Casa Blanca empezaron a notar los problemas del presidente, pero cuando se lo dijeron a los asesores del presidente, fueron ignorados y sus reportes fueron tapados. Dice Bernstein que hubo un caso específico hace como unos 6 meses. Escúchenlo.
These people who have supported him, loved him, campaigned for him, see him often, say that in the last 6 months particularly, there has been a marked incidence of cognitive decline.
Ahora vamos a hablar de algo más importante todavía, posiblemente lo más importante de todo para reemplazar al presidente, según los miembros del Partido Demócrata, porque esto es lo que en sí le importa a ellos, ¿no? La razón, ¿cuál es? Encuestas y más encuestas, las que están en este momento saliendo y las que están midiendo lo que piensan los votantes que vieron este debate, ¿ok? Vamos a empezar con este. Miren este. Este es el primero que te voy a enseñar. Esta es una de las encuestas de la cadena CBS, quienes encuentran que el 64% del público piensa que el presidente debe de despedir la campaña y dejarle la próxima presidencia a otro. Y más sorprendente todavía es lo siguiente, que un gran porcentaje de los votantes de su propio partido, los demócratas, también opinan igual. ¿Cuántos? El 45%, casi la mitad. Y ahora miren otra cosa, esta otra encuesta que les voy a poner. Esta viene de Gallup, una de las encuestas más famosas en el mundo, donde preguntan si el presidente es muy anciano para seguir en la presidencia y después comparan los resultados con otros presidentes del pasado. Miren esto, el 67% en esta encuesta dicen muy anciano, muy anciano. La misma pregunta sobre Donald Trump, ahora mismo, solamente 37%. Interesante, ¿no? Vamos al año 2008, cuando el candidato era John McCain, 34%. 1996, Bob Dole, 37%. 1984, Ronald Reagan, en su segunda vuelta, 33%. 1880, Reagan en su primera campaña, 23%. ¿Tú ves la diferencia? Porque es una diferencia bien grande. Claro, ninguno de esos presidentes eran tan ancianos como Biden, ni por supuesto la misma edad de Trump. Pero en el caso de Biden, yo creo que no hay ninguna duda que su reemplazo se ha convertido ahora en un tema importantísimo y bien serio, y más cada día. Y más ahora que todavía hay nuevas encuestas que acaban de salir que dicen que Biden está bajando más todavía. Según CBS, el número que te dije hace un momentico, ¿cuál era? 64, ahora está en 72. 72% del público no lo quieren. Pero ahora viene la pregunta posiblemente más importante. Si lo cambian, ¿por quién lo van a cambiar? ¿Por quién? Ok, vamos a hablar de esto. Estos son los candidatos más mencionados. En primer lugar, una señora que se llama Gretchen Whitmer, quien es la ex gobernadora del importante estado de Michigan. Ella tiene la ventaja de poder garantizar los votantes de su estado. Y sería una buena razón para escogerla porque los demócratas necesitan ese estado. Whitmer ganó fama a nivel nacional cuando un grupo de terroristas domésticos intentaron asesinarla.
Earlier today, Attorney General Dana Nessel was joined by officials from the Department of Justice and the FBI to announce state and federal charges against 13 members of 2 militia groups who were preparing to kidnap and possibly kill me.
Que me querían asesinar, increíble. Del punto de vista de relaciones extranjeras, Whitmer no parece ser muy diferente de los otros políticos estadounidenses. Anti-Rusia, anti-China, pro-Israel, defensora de la política de Biden, lo mismo. Segundo lugar, el gobernador de California, un estado que los demócratas no necesitan porque está casi garantizado en cada elección presidencial. Con lo que se refiere a Ucrania, Newsom no parece ser muy diferente de otros demócratas, aunque en sí no ha dicho mucho sobre el tema, fuera de lo típico. Pero sí ha sido un muy fiel defensor del presidente Biden, incluso después del debate cuando ni mencionó lo de Biden, que fue un poco extraño, pero sí atacó al presidente Trump.
I was taking notes about all the lies. I ran out of paper. Donald Trump, no accountability on those lies, talking down the American economy, talking down our democracy.
En tercer lugar está la ex primera dama de Estados Unidos, Michelle Obama, respetada por la izquierda, odiada por la derecha. Obama es un personaje único. Ella ha dicho en varias ocasiones que no le interesa la presidencia y que no la quiere. Pero también, lo importante, también ha dicho que si el partido le suplica que lo haga, entonces posiblemente puede que acepte.
What keeps me up are the things that I know. The war in the region, in too many regions. What is AI going to do for us? The environment, are we moving at all fast enough? What are we doing about education? Are people going to vote?
Importantes preguntas, me imagino, ¿no? Pero, ¿y cómo actuará ella respecto a la política extranjera? Casi seguro que sería más o menos igual que su esposo, aunque posiblemente más independiente todavía. Y eso nos trae a Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris, la vicepresidenta del país.
This election and who is the president of the United States has to be about substance. And the contrast is clear. Look at what happened during the course of the debate. Donald Trump lied over and over and over again, as he is wont to do.
Ok, ahí está Kamala Harris, haciendo lo que le pidieron hacer, defender al presidente después de su horrible debate. Y lo hizo como una buena teniente, ¿no? Que es lo que está supuesto a hacer. Pero en los últimos días hemos aprendido, según fuentes y reportes, por ejemplo, en la revista Político, que Kamala Harris está sumamente enojada. Enojada. ¿Por qué? Porque ella piensa que ella debe de ser la primera opción. La primera opción, no la segunda, no la tercera, no la cuarta, la primera opción para reemplazar al presidente. Y tiene razón, porque así es como siempre se ha hecho esto, ¿no? Viene la vicepresidenta primero y después los otros, pero no en este caso. Harris tiene un gran problema. Sus encuestas en este momento son peores todavía que muchas de las encuestas del presidente Biden. Es increíble, pero cierto. Una minoría de votantes, solamente el 30 al 40%, dependiendo en cuál encuesta estés mirando o leyendo, la ven a ella como favorable. Quiere decir que más del 50%, posiblemente el 60% del público no creen que tiene ella la capacidad para la presidencia. Pero según varios reportes, Harris no le está dando importancia a esas encuestas y piensa que ha sido ella la víctima de maltrato. Y es por esa razón que sus partidarios y miembros de su equipo han ahora compartido estos comentarios en la revista Político. ¿Y qué es lo que están diciendo? Bueno, están diciendo más o menos que todo esto es racismo. Así lo oyeron, racismo. Déjame ponerte comentario número 1 de un partidario de Harris que salió en la revista Político. Dale. Esto es ofensivo, dice. Ellos no entienden que el mensaje que le están mandando al pueblo y al Partido Demócrata es: preferimos a alguien de piel blanca. Wow. Vamos a ver el segundo, comentario número 2. Si ellos creen que van a ganar y llegar a Carolina del Sur mientras insultan a una vicepresidenta que ha sido efectiva y calificada, entonces sus instintos no son tan buenos como pensábamos. Interesante, ¿no? Es que la realidad es que Harris, una ex fiscal con una sorprendente negativa reputación entre afroamericanos y latinos, no tiene un problema de racismo. Lo que tiene es un problema de percepción por su manera de comportarse en los medios y en el público. El presidente Biden no es un buen orador, eso lo sabemos, pero también es un viejito, ¿no? Pero Harris tampoco es una buena oradora. Y se trata esto, por ejemplo, se traba en muchas ocasiones, luce nerviosa y muchas veces no se sabe ni de qué está hablando cuando habla. Mira, no te lo voy a decir, te lo voy a poner. Aquí te voy a poner un ejemplo para que lo vean.
Very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present.
¿Qué cosa? ¿Qué dijo? Me da lástima, pero ¿escucharon eso? Dice que es importante cada momento en el tiempo. Este es el momento de ver el tiempo en que existimos y estamos presentes. ¿Qué es eso? ¿Qué dijo? La verdad que yo no tengo la mínima idea de qué está hablando esta mujer, pobrecita, pero vicepresidenta de Estados Unidos. Si ustedes entienden, por favor, déjame saber lo que estaba diciendo, porque yo no lo entendí. Y eso que te acabo de mostrar, te garantizo, ese es el problema real que tiene Kamala Harris en este momento. No ha dominado la habilidad de hablar con claridad. Yo creo que ni ella se entiende. Y por eso es que no puede conectar. No conecta con el público y por eso es que sus encuestas están por el suelo, no por el color de su piel. Ok, cuando regresemos vamos a hablar con alguien quien es político, quién y cómo van a escoger un nuevo candidato. ¿Llegará a pasar? José Vega, activista, candidato para el Congreso del Gran Estado de Nueva York, con nosotros al regreso. No se me vayan. Y vamos a regresar ahora con José Vega desde Nueva York, candidato, entiende la política y la entiende muy bien. Y la mira de un punto de vista, yo creo que muy diferente del punto de vista de, por ejemplo, Kamala Harris. Más que todo, posiblemente Kamala Harris. Vamos a empezar ahí. ¿Qué tú piensas de este comentario de Kamala Harris o los que apoyan a Kamala Harris, los que representan a Kamala Harris, cuando ella dice que el problema es que ella no, la piel de ella no es suficientemente blanca? ¿Qué tú piensas de eso?
Perdón, la razón que la gente no la soportan es porque ella es, bueno, una idiota. Y perdón por ponerlo así, pero eso es la verdad. No tiene nada que ver con el color del piel de ella, es que ella no hace sentido cuando ella habla. Eso es la verdad. Y tenemos que tener mucho miedo ahorita, porque después de ese debate que hizo Biden contra Trump, ¿qué aprendimos? Aprendimos, uno, que Biden no está corriendo el país. I mean, eso ya es obvio. Eso era obvio hace tiempo, muy bien obvio, pero la gente aquí de los Estados Unidos no eligieron la persona que está corriendo o está encargado del país ahorita, y ni sabemos quién está controlando el país ahora. I mean, ¿quién tiene la decisión de mandar y lanzar misiles nucleares? Si tenemos que ir a eso. Kamala Harris, yo ojalá que no. Yo tengo más miedo si ella tiene ese control en vez de Biden. So, ¿quién está en control ahorita? Y eso es lo que todos los americanos se tienen que preguntar, especialmente porque estamos hablando de reemplazando a Biden como el nominado para el Partido Demócrata, pero todavía tenemos 7 meses con este presidente hasta enero, de hoy hasta enero. Yo tengo más miedo en quién está haciendo esas decisiones y cómo podemos encontrar quién está haciendo esas decisiones.
¿Tú crees que las personas en la CIA y las personas en el Departamento de Estado y las personas en las grandes agencias del gobierno de los Estados Unidos prefieren a Biden así como está en este momento porque en esa condición lo pueden dominar? ¿Tú crees que sería cierto eso?
Sí, obviamente, pero la cosa es, pues, ¿por qué ponieron a Biden a hacer este debate antes de nominarlo oficialmente? Aquí los partidos tienen una convención a donde ellos se reúnen y oficialmente ellos van a reelegir al nominado. Para los republicanos eso va a ser en una semana, van a reelegir a Trump como su nominado, y en agosto va a ser el de los demócratas en Chicago. Y esto nunca ha pasado, que teníamos un debate tan temprano para entre los dos candidatos aquí en junio. La gente está pensando, pues, ¿esto fue planeado por los demócratas? ¿Esto fue planeado para enseñar?
Entonces, tú estás diciendo que esto fue una maniobra política por parte de la gente adentro del partido para poder en sí enseñar lo malo que luce Biden, para que entonces empiece esta conversación para poder reemplazarlo. Que eso fue todo una maniobra política planificada.
Pues exactamente. Eso es lo que yo de verdad creo. Seymour Hersh, un periodista bien famoso, él puso un artículo en el 21 de junio, hace como una semana antes del debate, diciendo eso exactamente. Y tienes que ver cómo la prensa se puso a reaccionar inmediatamente después del debate. Casi no hablaron de Trump, estaban hablando sobre si tenemos que reemplazar a Biden. Biden tiene que venir y decir que ya no va a buscar el reelegimiento. Esto fue planeado, esto fue un golpe de Estado aquí contra el presidente Biden. Es lo que yo de verdad creo.
Pero el único problema que tienen, me parece a mí, es la nueva Evita Perón, ¿no? Evita Perón, la de Argentina, que ahora tenemos la misma situación con Jill Biden, la primera dama, que parece que le está dando la vuelta a los Estados Unidos, ella como si ella fuera la presidenta, diciéndole a todo el mundo que le está perfectamente bien, que no lo saquen, logró un esfuerzo perfecto en el debate. Está diciendo todas las cosas que nosotros no vimos, pero lo está diciendo, y ella tiene el control, y ella tiene el poder en este momento, ¿no?
Well, pues sí, esto sería como una obra de Shakespeare, ¿cómo se llama? Macbeth,
Othello, Desdemona.
Ajá, la gente, las mujeres que están controlando los que supuestamente están en poder, esto es la verdad. I mean, sí, Joe Biden, y sería chistoso si alguien puso una obra de Macbeth con Biden siendo Macbeth. Y no, pero mira, estamos controlados ahorita por, sí, usted dice, no, fuerzas como el CEA y estos fuerzas internos. Eso sí, I mean, eso siempre era obvio. Eso ya existía ya para casi 60 años. La cosa aquí que yo estoy tratando de porque como yo soy candidato, yo estoy aquí en las calles del Bronx, yo estoy corriendo contra Richie Torres aquí, y yo estoy en el pueblo, yo estoy hablando con la gente y yo les digo, mira, sí, ya sabemos que no hay presidente, no sabemos de verdad quién está corriendo el país. Ahora, ¿qué vas a hacer usted? ¿Qué vas a hacer tú sobre esto? Porque ahora ya la población no tiene ninguna razón para decir que Biden está bueno de mente o bueno de razón. Ahora el pueblo tiene que ser una acción grande aquí. Tienen que decidir qué van a hacer.
Pero tú eres candidato en Nueva York.
Sí, bueno, del Bronx, sí, aquí en Nueva York.
¿Has aceptado dinero de Israel?
No.
Entonces no vas a ganar.
Ah, bueno, vamos a ver qué
No,
pasa.
no, no lo estoy diciendo por malo, estoy diciendo de la realidad en este momento de Estados Unidos. Tú estabas comentando hace un momentico lo difícil en Estados Unidos, donde estamos todos controlados y la CIA controla. Es verdad, y te estoy diciendo, candidato en Nueva York, sin aceptar el dinero de Israel. Quiere decir, si Israel no te manda, no puedes ganar. ¿Tengo razón o no tengo razón?
Bueno, tienes razón como existen las cosas ahora, pero la verdad es que la gente tiene que tomar su gobierno otra vez. La gente tiene que tomar las acciones que yo he tomado, como recientemente yo me levanté a alta voz, yo estaba confrontando a alguien que se llama Matt Pottinger, que fue uno de los advisors a presidente Trump, que dice que tenemos que ir a guerra contra China. Y yo me levanté de alta voz y yo le denuncié, yo le dije, hey, no hay que ir a guerra con China. Yo tengo que creer que Xi Jinping me está espiando en mí cuando ya vivo aquí en los Estados Unidos, a donde el NSA y el CIA está espiándonos a todos. Y esto fue viral en RT también, yo estaba en RT ayer. Si había 300 americanos levantándose en la misma manera, diciendo las cosas. Yo creo que estaríamos en una diferente situación políticamente a donde Israel no nos contraría las elecciones. Y yo de verdad creo, y yo odio diciendo esto, pero la gente tiene el gobierno que merecen. Y si la gente sigue no levantándose y no diciendo la verdad, van a tener lo que tienen ahora.
Pero vamos a examinar entonces la conversación sobre el presidente Biden. Si el pueblo norteamericano, después de un año por lo menos, posiblemente más, sabiendo que el presidente estaba en esta condición y nadie le puso atención y los medios y la prensa no le dio cobertura, entonces, si algo tan obvio como eso no puede ser realizado, aceptado, ¿cómo otras cosas más importantes, como usted menciona, China, Ucrania, Irán, Venezuela, cómo esas cosas van a poder cómo van a poder conectarnos nosotros, los votantes, con esos temas? Si no sabíamos ni que el presidente estaba en esta condición.
Bueno, la verdad es que la gente sí sabía que el presidente estaba en esta condición, pero ellos estaban manipulados, creo, la gente, los votantes que ven y leen el New York Times o el MSNBC o cualquier otra prensa que les dice cualquier cosa para decirlos, mira, ya está realizado que el emperador no tiene ropa, pero tampoco la población. Ok, ahora la gente que de verdad creo que Biden estaba corriendo el país, ya se les quitó esa realidad o esa delusión y ahora están viviendo en realidad y la pregunta es cómo van a actuar ahora. Ahora mira, para yo ser un candidato aquí en Nueva York para independiente, yo no soy demócrata ni republicano, yo soy un independiente. Yo tuve que estar en las calles y colectando 3,500 firmas para poner mi nombre en el boleto.
Wow.
Y nosotros colectamos 12,000 firmas en 6 semanas. En 6 semanas colectamos 12,000 firmas. Ahora, yo hablando con gente, yo diciéndole todo lo que estoy diciendo aquí ahorita y más, La gente sí le importa todo de Rusia, de China, de no yendo a guerra con Irán. La gente sí le importa los políticos que no solo les pertenecen en el día al día. Eso no es verdad. Eso es una mentira que la gente dice para que la gente no pongan atención a los problemas del alrededor del mundo, pero a ellos sí les importan. Y yo he visto eso yo mismo, estando en las calles, hablando con la gente.
Es admirable lo que estás haciendo, sé que es muy difícil, sería más fácil solamente venderte, aceptar dinero de la gente grande, de las corporaciones de Israel, y entonces tuvieras el puesto bien fácil sin tener que hacer nada, pero lo estás haciendo de la manera mucho más difícil y déjame decirte que te admiro por hacer eso, ha sido un placer, muchas gracias por compartir y por estar aquí con nosotros y vamos a hablar otra vez bien pronto, ¿ok?
Gracias.
Y con eso nos despedimos, pero quiero que sepan que podemos conectarnos aquí por X. Me pueden escribir a Rick Sánchez TV. Dime lo que piensas de la conversación que acabo de tener ahora con José Vega. Y seguimos con Impacto Directo. Muchas gracias.